live on YouTube. All right. And any second. Okay. So, we're going to be starting a brand new run in Kenshi. For those who were watching my previous series over on YouTube, as well as over here on Twitch, and I guess on TikTok and all that, you're probably going, wait a second, you didn't really finish the last one. Yeah, unfortunately, there was situations with the Genesis mod where the damage in a lot of things has been way overtuned to the point that I did a test that I got a character to 100 toughness, and this was using, like, dev stuff. I put a character on 100 toughness, gave them the best armor in the game, and they still were getting one shot. And it's just a decision that the person behind that particular set of mods decided that some enemies should just always one-shot you, and always do max damage kind of to a limb or whatever, and that's just the way it's going to be. I fundamentally don't agree with that, and I kind of got in a situation where I couldn't remove the mod or whatever, so it is unfortunate with the Genesis mod. It's got some design decisions that I don't agree with, which is fine. So we're going to be getting a brand new run where instead of using the Genesis mod, we're going to instead use the Universal Wastelands expansion mod with reactive worlds and the compatibility mods. We also are running the Dark UI and the Brighter Nights mod, so it doesn't make you want to murder your eyes trying to look at like the blackness trying to see anything. And I had over here on Twitch that we've done a vote on what star we're going to do, that we chose between like the crab, the cat, starting as well as Catlons, like people who broke free from Catlon or whatever, and by a landslide, crab won. This surprises no one, but the gist of this mod is you have rescued a baby crab on your way out of town, and decide that as a sign of a new beginning that you set to expand the influence of the Crab Raiders. With the Empire and the Reavers breathing down your neck, this is no easy task. One thing is certain, you must fight. Fight for the glory of all crab kind. So we're going to continue the awful world of Kenshi Crab. That said, I have tuned down the damage. Now, to be clear, for those who are not familiar with Kenshi, this does not mean I have set the game to easy mode, because reducing the damage reduces all of the damage. It reduces the damage I do to enemies, as well as the damage enemies do to me. It is technically, arguably easier than before, because the chances of dying are less, but it isn't just a flat easier. Let's see, you're interested in how they made changes to Dark UI. You haven't used it in many years, but as it was felt, it was harder than the real standard. I personally found the Dark UI to be way easier to see, mostly because of that. There are a few places that they weirdly choose dark gray on black, which is not my favorite, but generally speaking, I would say it's honestly mostly the font choice, that the font that the game comes with by default isn't a super clean font, and they have like the weird texturing on the back. I kind of wish there was more popular UI options out there, so it wasn't just like the one dark UI. Okay, so we get to choose our first starting character, and this time, so we are gonna go with Rual Storge as our first character. And we will definitely recruit more people. Oh, and I also have the thing where I'm allowed to recruit more than the default number of characters. So I can't choose any other races. I am required to be a human Scorchlander. So that's totally fine. I actually don't care. So that does mean we're going to be bad at farming, cooking, laboring, and strength. But we will be better at dodging, weapon and armor smithing, stealth, athletics, and dexterity. So less carry weight and less damage per hit, but we hit more often. Yeah, ew, filthy human. Really, auto mod the way that flagged that. So we're gonna decide on our look. I'm not gonna do a bunch of things, and one thing I have learned, I'm not doing the one where we put the one arm up, because that, right, because we don't have the other mod, we don't have a million stances. With the Genesis mod, there was one stance I liked that I was working on potentially adding a run. I didn't commit to it, but it was like the Praise the Sun from Dark Souls, but it's having the guy like lean way back. And it was gonna be like a self-important thing. That wasn't one I actually started recording, so we don't have a whole lot of stances to go with. Crossing the arms. It's not particularly a surprising one. Oh, all those, I'm not trying to say all those skin tones look the same, but if I'm gonna be real here, I am not noticing the difference in any of these skin tones. You can make your character obscenely, obnoxiously tall. It actually ends up being kind of annoying. Let's just hit randomize. Randomize all. That one had a weird sized head. That's what you remember was some things being like black over dark gray and you hate it. Yeah, I remember there's one or two places that the dark UI mod chose weird choices. There's one or two of them I saw I actually liked and I kept moving and now I regret it. I don't actually want the like inhumanly tall one. Yeah, we can go for a short, older looking person. Like we are a fairly short. I have no idea what the actual height is, but on the height meter we're about a third of the way up. So we're slightly below average height. Not super tiny, slightly below average height. We're definitely on the lean side. We looked a little bit on the older side, and we're gonna potentially go like that. I'm actually gonna leave it alone because I'm gonna just make it worse. Yeah, that works for me. Good enough for me. There are other characters whose appearances have not... What do you... Oh, character 2. Crabe. Good. We have... Ah, here's the question. So... Don't forget to join the queue. We are going to do a drawing here in a minute for anyone who wants to be Crabe. We are going to go ahead and do it. At least your character creation looks better than my friends. Oh, there's been some absolutely awful ones. Yeah, if you're already in the queue, that's totally fine. We're going to keep the queue up the way it was before. He kept poking the backsliders to curl fully over the other way. Oh, yeah, no, you can make some absolute nightmare characters. But, we will probably recruit more people as the run goes on. But we're going to go ahead and get that going. But we'll give, just a minute for everyone to go and get their names in there, and then we will name Crab. And I have just realized, for those watching over on TikTok, why our viewership is down today. It's because an update reset all my audio settings over there, so there's no audio on that side. I love it. I love how every one of these programs is like, you know what's the right answer? The right answer is any single time any audio device changes, forget all your settings. That's absolutely the correct answer. So I'm going to give TikTok a quick kick in the pants real fast. To bring that back. And to be clear, it's not only TikTok. The same thing happens with OBS. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The same thing happens with OBS. That if any of your audio devices change, it just goes, what if I just reset all of your audio settings? And it's genuinely infuriating. So give me 2 seconds while that's going on. We're letting people get the pull. I'm just... giving that a kickback online. Is Kenshi okay with TikTok? I honestly don't know anymore. I can't find any specific written out rules on TikTok. Just hearsay kind of things. So I've just gone, you know what? I'm just gonna go with it until I land like a temporary suspension over there and we'll figure it out. Alright, so with that said, I'm gonna go ahead and do the draw. And rhetorical answer. Welcome to the life of Crabe. Make sure I spelled that correctly, because I made that mistake with poor Luxray, as I hit a K instead of an X. No, it's Black. It's a thing, and it happens here on Twitch as well. That people be like, this is why something get banned, that's why something, this is why someone got suspended, that's why someone got suspended. So there's rumors that red blood is unacceptable, and I don't know what is and isn't true, because I can't find freaking guidelines that are written out a way that makes any sense. So I don't honestly know. So it's not that they've said no Kenshi. Just something. I thought Twitch only had a few games in the ban list. Oh yeah. So Twitch has a list of games that are like these are outright banned, as well as games that like the point is adult content is like a kind of a lump sum. So you know all your sexy time dating sim kind of games, like visual novelist things are also not allowed. You got all that kind of stuff. But then they also have like certain behavior and all that's not allowed, and certain types of content aren't allowed. So even though they've only got like, here's the list of absolutely no games, there are games that are outside that list that violate the terms of service that you can't play, but it's, you know, Twitch is either unaware or hasn't updated the list to include them. That said, it's honestly not that bad. And honestly, 90% of the games that would make that list, you look and go, yeah, of course you can't stream that. Alright, so let's go ahead and get started. That hissed in my face in an upsetting way. Alright, I have no idea where I am in the map. So I'm down in Crab territory. So we're down here. Oh, I didn't get a map mod. That's fine. We can live without being able to see our territory. So we have ourselves who has no stats. We do have inventory-wise. We actually started with a Nagata, which is not terrible. It's not a good quality. We did get an okay chest piece and then crap other clothes, which is not super surprising. It's the beginning of Kenshi. And then we got a crab who literally has no stats other than it has an absolutely obscene amount of dodge. Alright. Welcome to the Crab Raiders territory, Drifter. In theory, I am one of you. So let's also check out our faction standings. Okay, so we are max friend of Crab. Can the map mod be added in? Yeah, no, I can add the map mod in later. Yeah, if you leave me a reminder, yeah, that's what, like, those kind of things you can add in later. So, okay, so Skeleton Bandits hate us, Reavers hate us, United Cities hate us. Everyone else seems to be relatively cool with us. What we're going to go ahead and do is for jobs, Crab's job is to bodyguard us. That is Crab's lot in life. Crab protects us. I chose the wrong person. Crab's job is to protect us. Okay. Alright, so you are... Throne of the Crab is the name of the town. And that is a swamp house. I don't know what that sign means. They have 500 cats in my name. Adventure, eh? Guess you'll be on your way down to Ashlands then. Ain't ever seen anyone go to the Ashlands and come back out. It's a one-way journey, and whatever's down there ain't worth dying for. I certainly wouldn't go without a crab. Show me your goods. Okay, so we are going to need to buy food. Oh my god, we can't afford anything. Alright. This is great. Where is your budgetest of budget food? Give me your veg. I will take some carrots and some potatoes. Excellent. We have foods. All right. So we have the entrance to the village. There is a good chance we might be able to grab some stuff out of these to sell. Nope, they're not running. That's fine. We have... So these are residential. Workers' hut, workers' hut. Swamp Dome. It's not clear what that is and if I'm allowed to go in there or not. That would be empty. Okay, good to know. So that's where we can get more crab. So crabs are our friends, and then we got scavengers over here. So let's be opportunists and try and run over here and snag some stuff with the scavengers. Are those potatoes and edibles? So I did see that the potatoes... Oh. No, I had to actually... Okay, so they're not edible in their current form. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, unfortunately, it would appear rhetorical has negligible... How am I so much faster? I guess just rhetorical as baby crab is not very fast. Alright, Cerise, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, so no, the carrots I went and said, oh, it's full of nutrients and energy. Like, cool. I didn't look at the fact that it didn't technically show any nutrient. So grab that. And grab that. Are you an improvement versus what I'm wearing? So we have 80% cut efficiency, but nothing really good. So that does slightly penalize my athletics. I'm going to actually take that. Normally I don't like giving up athletics, but in this particular case, I'm totally fine with it because of the fact that I am so much faster than my crab. This will kind of help balance that out. These aren't uniform stuff. Yeah. So I am literally doing this as a way of nerfing my movement speed. So you have a sell value of 90, which is terrible. Yeah, so get rid of all those. They're not even worth carrying. They're so cheap. Alright, so we're going to grab the medical stuff and the stuff that is of value off of them. I didn't actually mean to attack that person. Don't shoot me. Let's be friends. I didn't think my actions through. Okay. So we got big crabs and everything. Pew Pew won't save your life. Nope. A lot of these aren't really worth that much. I'm grabbing the bolts because they're actually okay in value. And then on top of that, I'm taking their bolts away so they can't fight back. Alright, so this is just... Oh, that's just stealth. So we're doing the early game of looting the corpses for their valuables. What are you? A battle club. You're worthless is what you are. Wait, is that a better quality one? It is. Alright. So we're getting our early medical, so that's always a plus. Can you carry the crab? Probably. But I would want the crab to gain athletics as well. I know you can merge stuff by juggling it back and forth inventory-wise, but a lot of them, they won't just stack into each other. Like, I think what I can do is actually here. I believe this will work. So you get the idea. I can pass it over to them, and they'll stack together, and then I can pass it back. Okay, so we're almost done Looting the dead. And then if you get a bag, you can then stack them. Instead of like that where I kind of merge them, you'll be able to stack them a step farther of like actually stacking them. So I'll merge all these as best we can. Go back to that one. I think it has slightly better club. Okay, so with that, let's run back to town. Meanwhile, for you, you do medical and rescue. It's interesting how crab is like very limited on its speed. Ah, interesting. So rhetorical is at athletics 0, even though it's saying athletics 36 down here. And then meanwhile we're at athletics 2. So that's fine. Got another party going on down here. Between Crab Raiders and Legion Thralls. Okay. We can run over here, drop off our ill-gotten goods, and see what we can find with the Legion Thralls down there. And we have Fishmen. I understand. When they say you're going to fight, I get what they mean. Maybe an 8 Crammer gives 35 boost? Maybe. Yeah, and there's the Crab Queen. Yeah, so the downside is it doesn't look like there's hardly any trade I could do here. I could trade for food and all that. But, there's no equipment or anything else. It's fine. Alright, so sell that. Sell this. Okay. I'm probably going to need... I don't actually know what the crab needs to eat, but we're probably going to need stuff for the crab as well. Are you allowed to eat the crab? I mean, if the crab dies, I would be able to eat the crab, yes. Are we going to do that? No, because it would kind of defeat the entire point of having a, you know, hey, we're going to do a run based around having this, like, crab and everything, if the first thing we did is we killed the crab and ate it. Because then it'd just be a normal Kenshi run, but we start with a meal, I guess. Oh, just crab? I'm pretty sure. Can you recruit more crabs? Probably. I'm actually thinking that might even be what we do, is we get a crab army. We'll see. The downside with the animals is they usually can't dodge. So we have scavengers versus fishmen. So they both dislike us. Let's avoid that fight. So we do have fighting all around us. So we're going to want to be a little bit of opportunists here. Oh man, they're 30s and 20s. So they're way tougher than we are. Yeah, so that's scavengers and fishmen, and the fishmen have the distinct advantage. Just, they're similar skill levels, and just the fishmen way outnumber. We got the thralls down there. We got like 4 different groups fighting in the area. Five different groups fighting in the area. Okay. So I'm gonna stay really close to these crabs and hide underneath their shadows. Go what? Please stop. I think they just did their equivalent to the war cry. Oh, I haven't updated the mods command because I just set this up and I didn't even know what mods are gonna be running. Are you coming after me? No. Crab, protect. Random crab, protect. Oh, that thing already did a lot of damage to Rhetorical. So we've got Legion Scouts. How tough are the crabs? Not tough enough. So what I want to do is that guy there's pretty much don't attack me. Alright, we just need a chest hit. Well, stomach hit, sorry, not chest hit. Yes. Alright, and you're over here. You're unconscious for a little while longer, so let's run over there and grab it. Yeah, unfortunately, I just don't have the carry capacity for all this stuff. Alright. We're gonna keep some of the meat there, because I imagine that's going to be useful. Alright, but it looks like the early game is going to be me running around just trying to not be dead. And now we're going to definitely do like trial by combat well before we're ready. Got Reavers here as well. We've made friends. Let's run away. Okay, Rhetorical, you retreat. So you're just unconscious. I don't know if they'll try to eat Rhetorical or not. I don't remember the fishmen and how they attack and all that. So trying to just maneuver around their hits so I can find more of the crabs to use. There's home. So I definitely need to be really careful around here, because everything is like 20s and 30s so far as damage, and I'm not. Just the one. I might be able to win the fight with you. Because I just need one hit at all. On your chest. Just one hit. Just any swings whatsoever. Do it. Good job. Now, Rhetorical, get over here. And I'll patch them up and move on. Why did we start a new run? Basically, the Genesis mod, the devs made the decision to make a lot of stuff hit way harder. To the point that, for example, Leviathans, they increased the damage by 100 times. So no matter how good your armor or toughness got, they would still one-shot you. And there was no working around it, really. And so it's kind of one of those things of, okay, do I just accept that I'm forced to crossbow cheese everything? Or do I want to have more interesting run? And I've been going back and forth, because yesterday I was like, okay, are we just going to import our save to reduce the damage? But then when I started seeing how much they overtune certain things, it's like, oh, okay, like, there isn't a setting I could change in Kenshi to make it a reasonable amount. Which is just the dev's choice. They're like, yeah, a Leviathan should always one-shot you. It's like, but I don't agree with that. So it's just unfortunately, you know, they just made decisions for that mod that I wouldn't necessarily make myself. So I've been going back and forth what I wanted to do about it a couple days now. But that was before I did my research last night and was like, oh, you've designed it so there's certain enemies who will always one-shot you. And it'd be one thing if it was just a boss or two or something like that. It's like, okay, I understand. But even stuff like when I say the iron spiders, I'm not talking about like the little spiders, I'm talking about like the big mech ones. Even they have like damage where they're doing like 250 a punch and everything. Which granted, that can be mitigated around. But so much of it was just, you couldn't. I know they don't give me money for that. I'm still going to sell it just to get out of my inventory. Can crabs eat that? I have no idea the crab can eat that. Could you not stand out in the acid, please? Are you just not able to come inside? Yeah, to make Iron Spider's endgame. Well, now is the problem, is they made made them what would have been the old endgame, and then turned around from there and created like an even ender endgame, which it's fine if that's the point of your stuff, but they like didn't really give a counter or whatever. Personally, I like to stand down the acid. It helps toughen you up. It doesn't actually. If we stand down the stuff here and we put our mouse over tough, the toughness won't go up. Like here, we can put it on fast forward. So toughness doesn't go up from acid damage. So we're like fast forwarding here, we haven't got a single percent and we're only at 1 toughness, so this is the lowest it can be. No, but you look... Yeah, I mean, sure. But it's those things that we're actually taking damage and we're not gaining anything for it. It does look like the crab is trying really hard to not be inside the building, which is kind of a fun thing. Okay. So, they don't have anything I particularly want. Like, we've already got food. We're pretty good in there. We've already got a lot of bandages. We could run over here. Oh, you're not open right now. Yeah, so we're very limited on what we have for shops. I have that place, which kind of works like the inn. Oh, we've got an armor place back here. Armor place back here. So when they open up in the morning, we can see if we can't get some type of clothing or backpacks or something. They look like they've only labeled as armor, so maybe we can't. What about the vodka and tequila to help you deal with living in the waking hell that is the world is Kenshi? Sadly, why are you outstanding in the acid rain again? Oh, let me guess. The crab is also not immune to the acid, but the crab won't stay inside because it's like, I'm supposed to be outside. That's kind of a bummer. Because like the crab will not path into half of these buildings. Which is why Rual is running out, is Rual's like, oh, crab is hurt, let's patch it up. Alright. So I'm trying to wait until these places open real fast, see if I can't get some kit. We can just stand down the rain, I'm not gonna worry about it. It's fine. Because we could check about what it would cost. Like, I don't have money. I mean, we don't have money. Let's just, There's still fight going on over here between the Reavers and the fish people. So this Reaver is not actually dead. But if you pick him up, put it down, knocks him back out. I'm not gonna worry about grabbing the cleaver. It's not, well, I mean, it's worth a decent, oh, I can't carry it. So that would penalize her dodge and all that. I don't think we want to go quite that. Plus, it's a faction uniform. Just an absolute war zone out here. And that makes the fisherman dead. Well, apparently I have to take all of the meat to make it dead. We will patch up the crab. We will help our friends. Kenshi's a fun, like, open world game kind of thing. That, the world is awful and does terrible things, you know, all that stuff. Can the crab actually get bigger and stronger? Yeah. Because you can see how big these crabs are versus our little baby crab here. Are you eating that person? Eventually the crab will be the size of a mountain. And your dodge score is already going up. It says it's picking up food, but it's also not doing anything. It doesn't say being eaten alive either. So you want food, but you're doing the thing where you won't eat. So let's try giving you something else. Okay, so it won't eat this meat, but it will eat the grizzled stuff. Okay, good to know. Meanwhile, I'm going to keep patching up all the, well, we might have to be anyways. Yeah, no, this is what we got here. So how's everyone doing on damage? We're doing okay. Got a fishman. Looks like a lot of the fighting has moved on from this area. I think with the acid rain, people are going down. Most of them will not be getting back up. So I've killed the fishman. Got more fighting over here. Yes, there's bodies laying everywhere, just steaming. Alright. Because we're in acid rain right now. They don't need to finish that one off. It's already going to die. Interesting. You've got prisoner shackles on. Okay. Oh, right, because the Reavers take slaves. That's right. You got scavengers. You're already dead. There was fighting down here. There's more fighting way down there. Okay. Turns out sleeping in acid is not good for you. They would have tried to teach that in school. Yeah. That's, a lot of people, one of the reasons they'll choose the Deadlands as a base area is a lot of times with raids, you can just knock people down, and once they're down, you know they're out. Just being downed in the acid just means you're not coming back. You know, barring someone else patching you up and running you off and that kind of thing. Alright, so we got more fighting down here. Between Cannibal Raiders and the Legion Thralls. We might be able to score some stuff from the Crab Legion. Well, we might be able to score stuff from people. You just make sure everyone is knocked down. Yeah. So how are you doing? You are not actually doing well. So you're at 64. My God. If that thing turns on us, we just die. I thought it said you were on recovery coma. There's a Reaver. Okay, that looks like it's a step up from what we have. There's a Vagrant, which is yet another group here. Go patch up the crab real fast. Okay, so let's see. So we could steal equipment from the Crab Raiders, and it's strong equipment, but the downside is you can see it's got a lot of penalties to it. So it is very, very big deal. I also think because it is considered a Crab Raider uniform, they're going to get real mad when they realize I'm not a Crab Raider. Now, that said, we do have a polearm here that does 0.38 cutting damage versus one that does 0.63. I do think I'm stealing their polearm. It's my fee for killing your, for like bandaging up your crabs. Alright, this is a terrible idea. I'm going to do it anyways. So, if we're lucky, this thing won't straight up murder me. Because if I even land a couple hits on it, we're going to get a massive boosted skill because of the ridiculous difference in our capabilities. You're gonna live. You're gonna be fine. So we are actually landing hits. Okay. Patching ourselves. Crab is okay. So we're still alright with that. Okay, so the good news is our stomach is already bandaged. So we are going to be recovery comaed for a little bit. But we should be fine. Unless these things do something like where they kill us while we're down. You gonna patch me up? I'm your ally. Sitting right next to you. I saved your life. No? I guess that's fine. Alright, so we get to lay in the dirt for just a little bit time. Get to feel just a little bit better. It'll be okay. I'm over on YouTube. I will ask you to please keep it to English only. I do have to moderate, and I can't moderate if I don't speak the language. So I do understand if you don't speak English, but it is a thing I have to deal with. Okay, that's weird. Why no middle mouse button worky? There we go. I think just like was stuck out of focus. Alright, so yeah, it definitely seems like the Legion Thralls are pretty beefy. Considering they're just going through the Crab Raiders. But that's okay. Maybe it shows that you gained some rep from the faction view. I don't think it shows faction rep. Like, we're already maxed out with the faction rep. That was part of the start, is we are... Contract with Crab Raiders has ended. I had a contract with the faction... I had a contract with the Crab Raiders? Question mark? Beats me. Alright. We've got more fighting up here. I'm genuinely curious if we do manage to have one of those Legion people get knocked down if we'll Oh, there we go. We do have one of them get knocked down if we'll be able to score something decent. Oh, actually, you're in much lower shape. Basically, I want to see what we can get off the Skeleton Legion. Now, to be clear, the Skeleton Legion here, these are really late game enemies. So that's the reason why I'm being a little bit cautious with them. I'm poking them a little bit because I've got a lot of other people here fighting. But we're just above Ashlands at the start. I've lost track of it, which scares me a little bit. I have no idea where it was. You already looted them. Alright. Yeah, because right now we're here. And the Ashlands is down there. Ashlands is like pretty much the most dangerous place in the map for just really tough enemies and lots of them. Come on, knock that one down. Get him, crab dude. Land a decisive hit. Now we're gonna hop in here to try and help out. Because we are fighting an enemy way higher level than us, we do get bonuses. All right, we are not doing great. Let's medical first. And then get back in there. Because that one's almost downed. I just have to watch that I'm not down with a really bad, like, bleeding hit. Which shouldn't happen. It seems like it's using a blunt weapon. But you just go down, because when we go down, I'm going to try and steal its weapon. See if it's any good, because I suspect it's got stuff that's better than my equipment. Why does the crab look so tiny? Because it's tiny. It's small crab. That's not good. It says recovery coma, but I don't think we're getting back up from that. Because that injury should keep getting worse, and crab can't patch me up. I also don't think the crab people will patch me up either. Okay, so it's a 27. We'll see. They might patch me up if there's not a fight happening close enough to us. 26? I mean, it is... That down arrow, though, is likely to degrade, and we'll have that. No farm sim? No, people didn't vote for it. Like, it didn't have 0 votes, but it's definitely Kenshi is way more. Nope, acid rain. Okay, we got a load. You know, that doesn't surprise me either. I have been kind of forcing the occasional farm sim stream because I want to keep that run going. And I don't want it to be a thing that, like, you know, a month goes by and we don't farm sim. So it might even be that, like, tomorrow we do some farm sim. So you're a Reaver. Rimroll and Kenshi are the ones that get the getting the votes on Discord? Yeah. It's also the ones that got the vote in channel. But that's not super surprising. Especially since we did a whole lot. Don't shoot me. I'm staying out of this. I mean, I'm not actually staying out of this fight. I'm actually not trying to deal with you. I'm trying to deal with the robot people. Because I think the robot people are going to have more interesting stuff. I've already looted a couple of you Reavers. Could you back off me, please? Oh, you're down. Okay. I mean, I'll take your CPU. That's why these ones won't stack him. There, because the CPU will kill it. So they've got some plate armor. It's the Skeleton Legion uniform. Unfortunately, that's not a thing I can work with. I think that makes it dead. Oh no, but we stole your CPU. You should be dead. That doesn't make me happy. I'm gonna pick you up so you can't come after me right away. And we'll first aid the crab. And Draconic Dork on a 15 stream streak. So thank you so much for the continued support and checking out the channel so much without missing any. It does mean a lot that you would continue to tune in. It's time for a crab. Yeah, if anything, you're bummed that the last Kenshi run ended because of dumb game changes. Yeah, now it's the whole thing. Like, that's part of what made me frustrated with it, is I know a lot of people were invested in the run. And I was really enjoying it. But it was just the whole thing where, I don't know why. It's one of those things. I don't know why, like, some mod devs like to do that. Like, it's one thing if that's the point of the mod. It's saying, hey, we've got this mod. It's for the brutal and unkind and difficult. But it was like this kind of like sweeping map mod and everything that had other changes. And for that to be like, no, we're going to have like the most hardcore of hardcore whatever. And you're like, but why? Yeah, it should have an option to turn on. Exactly. I would want it to be one of those things that you could either opt in or out of it kind of thing. Or it be something that just honestly was a separate mod entirely. But it's whatever. It is what it is. Can't really change it, so we move on. So we're carrying Crab Friend home. Like the cake recipe had played up. The recipe is too difficult for the thing. I mean, yeah. No, the issue was they had upped the damage on some things to an absurd level. The one that stood out the most was they had decided that like Leviathan should have 100 times damage. That overhaul is not recommended to say no. Yeah, no, I can't recommend it like that. Unless you're really, really down to do like crossbow cheese is just how you want to play the game. That is just not going to match what you want then. Because it's kind of forces you to crossbow cheese. Like, don't get me wrong, Kenshi has always been a game about, like, that you cheese stuff because it's really dangerous. but there's lots of different ways you can normally cheese. With how much they overtuned it, you can't get in range of something and survive. Like, it basically, the moment you get a bad roll on a dodge or a block, it's just over. With how fast some of them swing, it means the moment you commit to a swing, it's over. And even when they took some of the enemies and increased their attack speed so you couldn't, like, micro your way through a fight, which is fine. I think that's reasonable that you can't do that. But it is those things that they kind of made it so there's only one way to play. What RimWorld mod is this? It's a RimWorld mod of not RimWorld. So, you know, take that for what you will. Do I want the hacker? We'll keep it. And money hasn't been great. Oh, you know what we can do? I moved to Crabtown because I don't like people. Fair enough, I guess. Oh, did I arrive right after they closed again? Boo. You moved to Crabtown because you don't like people? I didn't realize they added me to the game. Hey man, sometimes you just gotta mold people a little. So we got some fighting over here. Yeah, I'm basically accepting. I'm just jumping into whatever fight I can find. And hoping we do it. How long will it take to make a character that could solo his way across Kenshi? If you use, like, meta, not exploity, but, like, I mean, borderline exploit, there's ways you can do stuff where you can, like, nearly max out your stealth, that you can get really high combat. So, like, one of the things is you can actually hire mercenaries and take them against a harder target that the mercenaries can handle it themselves. Grab that person, bring them back, unarm them, and then just kind of lock them in a room and fight them again and again. If you are a person who is a skeleton, you can just, like, lay in a bed and let someone hit you while you're in the bed, and the bed will heal you while you lose life from them hitting you. And you can just chain level toughness that way. There's ways you can abuse the game to do that. Maybe we stay out of that one. Because I suspect the scavenger is going to lose that fight. I'm going to try and run up. That acid rain is slowly killing me. Sounds grindy. Well, that's the thing. If your only concern is how do I become the strongest the fastest, it's going to be grindy. Like, I don't really have another way of saying it. It's going to be grindy. But that's the reason why instead you focus on, okay, what do I want to accomplish in the game and start working on that kind of thing. Because that is more likely to be fun. Yeah, strongest, fastest, download cheated. Yeah, I mean, honestly, so there's a lot of these games that you can play in a fairly passive way. That you can just, like, sit in a base and be safe and just knock out stats. I need to get inside because that acid rain might actually down you. But, And you can play that way, and it's reasonable to do that. But honestly, my usual thought of, if you're gonna play a game where you circumvent all the danger till your stats are high enough, just set the stats higher. And for the record, I don't do that myself, but that's because I usually won't do the thing that I just loop something and go to sleep or whatever, and then wake up with a character with 100 of a stat or whatever. Like, to me, play the game. While you play the game, you should progress to whatever you need. Alright, that acid rain is becoming a problem. Because unfortunately, you never get, like... You can get clothes that'll protect you from acid rain, which is certainly something worth getting. But you never get to the point that just standing in acid rain makes you stronger against acid rain. Yeah, it is a grindy game. You are meant to play through, lose fights, lose more fights, lose more fights, get a bit stronger, lose more fights, start winning fights. Pick on something a little bit bigger than you, lose more fights, and slowly build your way up. It is a game that the early part of the game is, very difficult to get off the ground. And that's just kind of the way it is. Hey, look, man, I need you to open your business. I want your clothes. Thank you. So what have you got for me? How about some crab armor? Crab 1, designed for crabs. Designed by crabs for crabs. Crabs. Okay, you've got a lot of stuff here. You could have a crab arm. I was like, look, man, crabs. So we can straight up just buy the crab armor. We can buy a crab maul. Except we can't because it's absurdly expensive. I did totally jack one of their spears already. So that's kind of fun that you can make all this crab stuff. But yeah, so if I want really heavy plate armor, we could get it here. The downside is this armor has very significant penalties. That's going to make it hard to do stuff. Now, that said, the crab helmet, on the other hand, is a totally different story. The crab helmet gives us a lot of resistance to burning dust storms and all that, and the only penalty is perception, which I'm not using a ranged weapon, so I can get behind that. Yeah, so we have the prototype is not very effective. All right, so we're just gonna grab a discount helmet. Should that protect me a little bit? And now we're gonna go make a jog over here to where I'm assuming is where I can go and buy animals and all that. And by animals, I mean crab. So your name is Knees. So you want to buy a crab, huh? Well, first up, you gotta have a solid crab care routine. Let me tell you about it. Okay. Now, the crabs, see, they like fish. That's their main favorite food. Otherwise, they'll eat fungi, algae, standard stuff. But you gotta make sure they eat 5 meals a day. And be warned, never feed them after sundown. Never. It gives them indigestions. You also have to give them 90-minute salt bath once a month so that they can molt no trouble. Now, they don't sleep well, and they need affection. So make sure you sing them a song every night before bed. You gotta gurgle from the back of your throat. Stroke his back legs too. You'll like that. And don't work too hard. Or don't work them too hard. They don't like conflict. Sensitive creatures they are. Put too much stress on them, and they'll get depressed. Nothing sadder than a bummed out crab. So, are you ready to become one of the crabs? Show me what you've got. Okay. Crabs are freaking expensive. Understood. We're talking about 14,000. We can get... Oh, is that for the adult crabs? Is that what's going on? Ah, those are adult crabs. Let's see the wee little baby crabs. Okay, the wee little baby crabs are closer to 3,000. All right. Okay. But, for the moment, crab. Actually, probably get rid of this. We're going to be fighting almost entirely outside, so we're going to sell that weapon. And we're going to sell those bolts. Oh, wait, you're going to be not easy to work with on that. All right. So, crab is getting hungry. Show me your wares. Take the bolts. Take that weapon. All right. And now I can run over here to where we can get some food. Get some extra food for crab. So I'm assuming... I mean, that's fairly cost-effective. So it's possibly edible. I assume that would be edible for things other than crab. I thought... Okay, they've got dried fish here. Alright. So crab is getting hungry. So let's go feed crab. I assume you're going to actually eat the fish, crab. Excellent. Good job, crab. You ate a fish. So the good news is the fish are relatively inexpensive. We've got a little bit of acid rain protection now. I'm going to go back out here. I'm for once not seeing immediate violence in my vicinity. Well, that's some good news. We do have a ruin down there we can start heading towards. Alright, I've got some scavengers out and about. Man, all these enemies being so much stronger. We are getting decent stats. We're already at strength 6. But that's because I'm just going, okay, we'll just take our chances throwing down at that. You played Nightingale for the past 5 hours? It was pretty fun. Yeah, that's one of the ones I put up for a vote to be played in the channel. This poor crab is glitching the heck out. There you go, you figured it out. Yeah, and we're fairly encumbered, so we are gaining strength. It's fine. It's not worth much. It's got 130 something value. Like, that's a big problem. You just don't have a good way of making money. Yeah, you voted for it, but also got it yourself. That's fair. Yes, that's 81, but doesn't take much space. Alright, where was the one you were fighting? Where did it go down? There you are, you're stuck in the rock. Alright, so I can't reach it, that's fine. Okay. It says outpost. But that very much looks like a ruin. Let's see what we got there. Yeah, no, Nightingale looks good. I've heard lots of positive and some negative feedback. Like, I know they had the server issues that made it hard for people to play on it, which was one of the negative things. I understand that's mostly resolved now. And then the other thing I heard is the crafting can get a little bit tedious, is what I also heard as negative feedback. But generally speaking, that I found to be true of pretty much almost every game in the survival crafter genre, considering that is one of the main points of the game is to craft. So it is one of those games that I think might make sense for me to stream, like if people have the interest. So I think it's worth it for me to be like, yeah, I'll pick it up if I, because I haven't been able to get a hold of a key for it. They didn't get keys out to everyone. Alright, so the door appears to be just open. It's called an outpost. So let's try opening the door and peeking in and see how it goes. Oh! I hate it. Never mind. That's no. Let's be coal crabs. You're mechanical crabs. We can be friends. Alright, we'll reload that. Okay, so that'll be someplace to check out later. The right now is, those, like, you notice, even without my armor and everything now, those still didn't do nearly as much damage on the other one. They still hit like a truck, and they're supposed to. But at least that was not super unreasonable. Like, it didn't one-tap us and make us dead. It just one-tapped us and made us sleep to where we're not going to wake up later. Because bleeding. Alright, meanwhile, we can just run around here. Yeah, that room was a whole lot of nope. You are not wrong. Alright, so we've got fighting up here. Mist creatures... A mist horror. You have an attack of 110. This is something I should absolutely not fight. And a toughness of 125. It surprisingly has, like, no real defense, though. I mean, it shouldn't say no real defense. It has fairly low defense. So, even though I shouldn't get involved, I'm kind of hoping I can. Because there is a incredible discrepancy in power. And you get extra stats for that. Or extra XP when fighting something that's, quote-unquote, out of your league kind of thing. All right. A ghoul tooth, which is apparently worth extra. So let's go ahead and slide everything over here. Dump those. Grab the ghoul teeth because they have some value. Drop that, and apparently we're not going to be stacking the stuff. Can I put you down here? Yes. So you're worth 76 each. So the medicine's actually worth more. One of the things we probably should just sell some of the surplus medicine. Alright, so there's no way to navigate that where... Whole thing. Did that kill you? It did not. Let's get the heck away from this thing before it gets back up. Okay, that makes me happy. Can't get backpacks for crab. We might be able to get it for the crab at some point. Legion Scout plus. Oh, you have a lot of Legion Scouts. Yeah, that is one crab against a Legion platoon. Sorry, crab friend. That is a good luck to you. Are you friendly firing each other? Is that what I'm seeing? You are friendly firing each other. Okay. Can I sneak back into town over there? Oh, what's running down here? Scavengers. And fishmen. I was kind of hoping that the fishmen engaged the Legion, I could just go right on through. Don't. We don't need to be enemies. I mean, we are, but we don't need to be. So fortunately, that one of the crossbows missing so far. They also have a scavenger shooting at them with a crossbow. But you're gonna start a skeleton run tomorrow, and you're considering doing a bounty hunter start mod? Try it. Try it on? Yeah. So I'm just trying to get back to town real fast to sell those teeth, because that'll be a couple thousand. Stay down. Alright, it'll be really nice when the crab gets a little bit more athletic skill. Alright, let's switch it up so you move at the same speed. That means Rual's gonna have to slow down a little bit, but I'm kind of worried something's gonna go attack in Rhetorical and then eat Rhetorical. Alright. And you're in good shape. And it does look like they kidnap people. So in that case... Unfortunately appear to be slowed because, oh, our legs are kind of hurt, and we're very overburdened. Now I'm entirely too greedy to put stuff down, so I'm just going to keep trying to juke them. Because one good thing about people using martial arts and not having like flying kicks and all that, they're not quite up to that level, is it's pretty easy to dodge them. Just kind of, oh, he's doing some kick stuff. All right, we got crab people up our way. You go, little crab buddy. All right. Did you knock down the guard? The guard just nope out. Okay. So the good news, they seem to have, like, no defense. What do you mean committing a crime? He started it. It's fine. And who do they have laying down here? A Reaver. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, no, when you click the clip thing, all you have to do is kind of adjust the where you want to start and stop kind of thing. And it should be relatively easy from there. Okay, so from here, let's pop on in, sell some of the stuff, and we'll head back out. Yeah, so we're already starting to get ourselves a little bit of toughness, a little bit of attack. We could definitely get faster if we could keep ourselves from getting beat up too much, but, you know. Alright. So there's a little bit of cash in our pocket. We'll sell a couple med kits as well, so it's 2,000 bucks. Oh, we got a couple more of these. Ooh, can I push to get another crab? Probably not. All right, we'll stop there. How are you doing on your food? You're still good. Cool. A Mist Fiend has 91 for its stats. I'm hoping I might be able to bait it back here so you get more guards on it. Okay. So give me your teeth. And your flesh cleaver is pretty worthless, but I'm going to take it anyways. Because it's not bolted on the ground. Oh! Mistfiends and ghouls are like an entire group of people. I hate that with them having like 70 plus stats each. But they've got good money for teeth. New run, what happened? Basically the Genesis mod had some like super duper overtuned stuff that we weren't allowed to adjust kind of thing. Where they decided that certain enemies should just be allowed to one-tap you always, and by certain enemies, it's a pretty long list. And there's no adjusting it, mitigating, or whatever, among other things, but that's kind of the big one. So it was just kind of one of those things that I was stuck that even if I reduce the damage to half, which I can do in the settings, there'd still be a lot of enemies that still one-tap you. Ooh. Don't kill Crabe. Let me get away. Let me get away. I'm trying to get up. I don't want to be part of this fight. Well, that's gonna be a reload because we just died. Alright. Like, we're going to die, rather. We're bleeding and no one will heal me here. Yep, you're a crab. You're just a little baby crab right now, so you're good at poking things a little, but that's kind of the limitation of what you can do at the moment. All right, so we're just trying to hold this together. I am trying to. Oh yeah, no, I saw that crab fight too is out. So I'm trying to throw occasional hits in here. Because when we do damage to an enemy that's much, much tougher than us, or take damage and or like block or whatever, we do get a significant higher amount of stats, because the idea is we're fighting an enemy that's way out of our league. And the game does have mechanics around like, hey, this enemy's... I was gonna say, let me move. Okay, are we getting back up? Don't hit me. Let me get away. Let me get away. Let's be friends. Alright, so patch ourselves up. Alright. So we took a bunch of the stuff off of it. By the way, I'm a pinch. Yeah, that's what you do. So we're going to aggress him, but I'm going to stand back for a moment. If the crab goes down, I can patch it up. If Rual goes down, the crab can't patch me up. We can let the crab train on this one while Rual stays a little way out of the fight. What do I keep seeing flying by? I know it's like debris, but it looks like a shrimp spinning. Like just in the air, like some kind of like weird sky shrimp or something. Alright, come on. Alright, Rhetorical's down, but they're not gonna die. Scuttling into the fray. Let's see. You legit thought someone was chucking a baby crab. To be fair, if someone chucked like an angry crab that was like trained to do that at my face, I do feel like I would react poorly to it in the, you know, just scream, throw your hands up and try and get away from the crab. Alright, start patching up Rhetorical, so Rhetorical stays alive. Alright, so we're good. Take off block. We'll try and get a couple hits in on here. Crab, no, I am Crit Station. It is an excellent name. Nice mustache. Thank you. All right. All right, he's turned towards us. Let's back off. We have a whopping 4 toughness. There's so many guards and everything on him right now, I can't really get in there, but that's okay. Alright. And that's worth more than this. So we'll trade. You know, this makes me think of Rual, like, thing we watch of Rualing do, like, Pokemon Nuzlocke would be interesting. Man, I haven't played any type of, Pokemon game in a very long time. Like, I played Red and Blue back in the day, and I had a lot of fun with it. But then they got to, like, the next gen, and they just... It kind of lost me. Because it's just like, I got all is like 151 or whatever it ended up actually being. It's like, I got all 151, and then you turned around, and here's the next group. By the way, there's now, like, 300 of these jerks. And you're like, what? There's what now? How many did you just say? Can you get a backpack and be an errand crab? I'm guessing, but I haven't seen any yet. To be fair, they put us in this town, and this town is straight up a nightmare fuel. We walk out the door with 1 of each stat, and we're running into stuff that's like 70 of each stat. So we are not pushing our luck very fast. Yeah, Torgal's still working her way there. He got pretty beat up in that last fight. Oh, Rhetorical also needs a snack. Like asking if possible. You do have a backpack / armor slot. I have not seen something to put in it for you, though. So I dropped fish for you. So there you go. So we did give you a dried fish. And we have enough money that when this place opens, I think we get a second crab. That we just go with the idea of rolling with crabs. Alright. So stats aren't getting very far very fast yet, but that's okay. We're doing what we can. We're getting involved in fights that we probably have no business getting involved in. But we are starting to gain athletics. We actually apparently got some ridiculous stealth from just stealthing around that tiny little bit because of how absurdly powerful the enemies are nearby. Gotta grab them all. Because, I mean, Rhetorical's just a cute little crab. Doing cute little crab things. Come on. I have no idea how long it takes a baby crab to become adult crab in this, by the way. Where's your plus attack come from? Ah, it's the weapon. I see. You little guy? So, weirdly, it seems like this rain is not acid. Well, no, it is. I'm seeing my life tick here. It's what it is. That said, Rual now actually has some protection against the acid rain. It might even be a thing that if we see another crab, oh no, because it's their uniform, and if we wear their uniform, they'll get mad at me for pretending to be them. Is kind of the way it's depicted. Versus if I buy it, it's totally fine. Or if I craft it, it's totally fine. But if I steal it, it's considered the uniform version. Alright, so we're just waiting for the business to open. Because then I'm going to go buy a crab. And then once we go and get another crab... The Nomad Capes are great protection? Yeah. Like, that's the big thing, is I'm going to need to be able to get enough combat ability to make it out of here safely. You know, it could be a thing that literally we just stealthed our way out of it and just went someplace. But I kind of like the idea of trying to fight out from the crab people's position and just... Because we have Reactive World, I have no idea how that'll work if we go to, like, one of the neighboring areas and clear them out. If the crab people will move into it and we legitimately could have the crab people take over the world. I have no idea. I don't think it goes to quite that extent. But I could see, like, knocking out the Reavers, and that would then become crab territory. So are the crabs sentient? No, they're pets, but there's the people who take care of the crabs. Skip the chat. Let me see the crabs. Can't let you walk away with only crabs until you're the basics of good crab care. Alright, so we can't afford any of the adult crabs because they cost a small fortune. So what we're going to do is go right down here. I got 4,700. So the blue crab here. You. Welcome to the team. Well, I guess technically it's a gray crab. So what we're going to go ahead and do is go Q, draw, and Bubs Tubbs. Welcome to the crab army. That is not how any of that works. Alright, Bubs Tubbs, make sure I got it right. Yes, we do. And now, Bubs Tubbs, your job... Where's Rual? There you are. You two are on bodyguard for Rual. That's how I'm handling the crabs. I'm just assigning them to be bodyguards. And let them go with it. I'll talk to that guy again. Okay. My crabbages. Did I overlook something? We're just gonna have a solid thing. So the first time we actually heard about thing. Oh, how about some crab bags? Oh! Okay. So I can actually buy grand fish from them to feed the crabs. Or the dried fish as well. I can buy bags. Now, the bags do penalize combat speed, a decent amount of combat skills, but not that much. So, I can definitely see getting those bags for the crabs. I mean, well, I say not that much. It's like 20%. Which is not nothing. But, all things considered, that isn't going to be too bad if those bags actually have any ability to carry any meaningful amount. All right. Yeah, toss it in the ground there. How much did they cost? It was 1,000 something, so I couldn't afford one right then. That's fine. And I am running around letting the crabs catch up. They'll slowly, get their stats up. Alright, so we got a bunch of fish people, and they're working on fighting the mist horrors. Yeah, it really is. There's just kind of this like 3-4-way war happening here. That's cool. I don't know where I want to get involved in this fight. I will draw the one away. And then let the group of us get involved with the fishmen. Yeah, because you're 20-something in your combat abilities. Well, I'm at like 8. Where's Rhetorical? Rhetorical's still behind because Rhetorical's still recovering. So we keep seeing the thralls showing up here, which are really the scary ones, because they're like 75 in all their stats. I'm gonna have the crabs stay on taunt, which will draw the attacks to them, but that's because the crabs can't bandage. Only my other characters can. But should have killed you? Yep. So I want them to draw the hits as much as possible. Because that way Rual can hang back, get hits in there. I don't think you win that fight. Maybe you do. Like, it's a whole thing. Let's first scavenger. I really wish you had equipment that's worth more money. Oh, I mean, that club's actually... Let's run away for just a moment. And then get in here. Okay. Yeah, so Bubs is definitely older than Rhetorical. Why are you not... Get in there, man. Rual's the one we don't want being hit the most. Okay. There you go, Rhetorical. Getting those hits in. Yeah, no, Rhetorical is like a baby crab. That's like part of the thing, is that you rescued a baby crab. Was for part of the intro to this one. Hey, crabs? Buddies. Do I need to step in here? There they go. They just need a little motivation. Bub just looks around and doesn't fight. It happens. So that thing's actually a little on the dangerous side. It does have 70-something attack. But there's a group of us all being... Alright. The Bubba's gonna be fine. Got knocked out, but that's okay. So the good news is we did reduce the damage default, which that's both the damage we do to the enemies and they do to us. So it does even seem, without considering that they don't do much damage to begin with. You should try to find a crab nest for a ton of crab babies. Is that actually a thing in the game where we can just find a crab nest and save a bunch of crabs? I've not seen that, or is it something like I have to get the eggs until they hatch or something? I've never, other than just buying the animals straight up, I've never, recruited, like, a bunch. Or there might be the eggs in the nest. Yeah, I'd have to figure it out, but that'd be kind of a fun thing, is just be able to, you know, build up our crab army. Like, I hadn't gone into this like, oh, let me build a crab army. It's like, wait a second. I can get a bunch of crabs. I don't have to go and, like, recruit a bunch of people. It's like, I'm down. Let's figure that out. Now, granted, that means Rual's going to eventually run around with a giant backpack full of fish. That's going to be how we get around the map. All right, let's quick save just in case anything runs up and tries to eat them or whatever. Don't attack me. Are you kidding me? They're like high enough oh god, they've got like 60 martial arts. I regret it. You can have your staff back. Your staff was... You were way less scary with your staff. Well, and we gotta reload because that's a fatal one. We'll just lay there and bleed out. Alright, note to self. Mist horrors, disarming them doesn't make them safer. It makes them actually more dangerous. Weirdly, them having a weapon is way less scary than them not having a weapon. Wait, what? Oh, you're a scavenger. You know what that means? You can recruit those babies, though? Gotcha. Yeah, I have no idea. Getting lots of combat XP. Alright, so let's give these two a chance to recover. They're both in recovery coma. Tame bees in the mouse school, tame many animals school? Yeah. That is those ones that can get, like, kind of janky just because some enemies are, like, really, really strong kind of thing. That is not a good time. So I'm trying to wait till I believe it's Rhetorical get up first. Yeah, till Rhetorical gets up. Oh, I hate it. Put you on block for a minute. Because you're not going to win this fight, but maybe we can mitigate some of the damage enough that you just get knocked out. Or you go... Like, I don't want you to recovery coma. We might be able to get back up and patch ourselves. If we drop below 15 on the chest, we're not getting back up. But otherwise, we bandage ourselves up, then we're good to go. So what do we have fighting up here? We got a couple of horrors over there. We got some crab people. We've got some skeleton legion going on as well. It's just an endless war up here. All right, Rhetorical's right about to get back up. Every faction is trying to gain control of Crab. Yep. It's all about Crab. It's just interesting to me that, like, at all times there's a 2-3-way fight happening up there. Rhetorical. I'm glad you won that fight. The fact that you just beelined over to that fishman is just like, no, mine. Here, buddy. Got your fish. Alright, and you're about to get back up. Everyone wants crabs? No, wait. Which day of the week do you put up the new poll on Discord? I just put one up today. I don't have a set day. It's kind of when it starts to feel like, okay, we've kind of worked our way through the list. It's time to get something new. So it's not some formal process kind of thing. But we just put it up earlier today before stream. Yeah, so the problem is those Legion are way stronger than the crab people. And there's a lot of them. Let's try and keep scooching over this way, hopefully before they all go down. But if you look at the speed our stealth is going up, the more dangerous enemies you have and the more of them, the faster you level. So yeah, you see how fast this is leveling. This is regular speed. We're not fast forwarding right now, by the way. So it is just aggressively going up. But how's everyone? All right, everyone's doing good on food for the moment. So try and just scooch away for a minute. Because that is a big old group of Legion who's going to absolutely win that fight. But yeah, so we started with 4 attack with the items. But 4 attack and 0 defense, or 1 defense. So we're already up to 12 defense and like 13 attack. We would have more other stats, but you know. I keep waiting for them to lose that fight, but it looks like they keep getting reinforced. All right. Heinzig Champ 2024, yep. So what I'm trying to do right now is, while I am gaining lots of stealth, I am trying to wait until someone wins and then clean up after, like clean up from whoever doesn't. The issue is the crab people keep getting up again and again and not staying down. Oh, we got a big group of crabs rolling in. I think those crabs are gonna lose. There's just a lot of really, because if you look at the crabs, cool, 17 something. If you look at Legion, 70. That is not a balanced fight at all. Especially with the Legion rolling in like 20, 25 people. All right. Oh no 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 no! Let's be friends. Let's be friends. You don't need to do this. You don't need to do this. Come on, buddies. We can talk about this. We can be friends. Ow! Stop. And how are you two doing? You're pretty messed up, but I don't think you're gonna die. Okay. I was like, let me just sneak over here and grab one, and the entire group just... Oh, that's bad. It's fine, I didn't want that leg anyways. Well, now Legion is like scattering back and forth, so... The good news, I don't think... Well, actually, eventually Rhetorical will die if we don't patch him up. But we're trying to get over there to do so. Alright. Yeah, so this whole area is just a war. We gained 4 points in toughness from getting hit that time. We just got hit so hard. Alright, so Rhetorical's not even moving very fast. You almost lost a leg. Okay. We got the one group of Legion over here. Your contract with the crabs has ended. I think it's because I'm bandaging up the crab that they're becoming friends for me temporarily. It also looks like the Skeleton Legion does like no meaningful damage to those enemies. Sorry, I don't have a mods command set up for this game yet. Crab Wolf Crab Raiders, you have a pretty solid bounty on you, but you're my friend. So, we're gonna make our way down here. I can probably knock out that command pretty fast while we're working our way down there real quick. So let me go ahead and do that. But yeah, I know we're running the Universal, what is it, Universal Wastelands expansion, Reactive Worlds, the compatibility patch, Dark UI, Darker Nights, and then the one that allows me to recruit more people. I was just curious what the overhaul mod is called. Oh, it's Universal Wastelands expansion. And then Reactive Worlds. There's two of them that kind of work together. Aren't you friends with the Crab Raiders? I am, which is the reason I'm not going to go and mess with that one. But let me go ahead, because people are going to ask that a lot, because we've already had a couple who did. Let me go ahead real fast and go into my mods command. And conditional add else if. The category is Kenshi. We'll put in chat current mods being run. Universal Wastelands expansions. Reactive World. I don't know the name of it, but compatibility mod for UWE and Reactive Worlds, Dark UI and Brighter Nights and 256. I don't know what the actual name of the mod is, like 256 recruits. Basically, it removes there's like a cap of something like 20 or so people you can recruit at a time. It just removes the cap to whatever the actual like kind of hard limit, because the program is 256. What program do you use for chatbot? I use Firebot. Okay. So I need Rual to recover. I haven't seen a place I can like rent a bed or something here, which is one rough thing. If I could find, because I see they use a better carpet. Oh, there's beds back here. Oh, that works out fine. Okay. Alright, so sell the teeth. Sell these weapons, sell the teeth. Do that. We're running low on medical, which is not my favorite. But we've got another 1,000. Can I sleep here and you won't get mad? Good. You get a little bit to your recovery coma. And then you should get up. I don't think the animals can sleep, whatever. I think we just have to... Pretty sure you just have to endure it. That's fine. Alright. So then the crab will get back down here. We're having Rual just sleep there for a little bit, because that'll let them recover faster. And right now, everyone being extremely injured isn't helping the cause. The downside is the longer I'm sitting here recovering... So you can pick up animals and manually put them in the bed, if you remember correctly. Yeah, Rhetorical gets down here. I'll put Rhetorical in the bed. I wonder if, because they have the guard job, if they'll just immediately try and get out on their own. I have a feeling they will. Okay, I think it's in the bed. And that's because Rhetorical's got a busted leg. Alright, we'll get everyone patched up real fast. Alright. And run you home. And put you in the bed. Oh, so they took one of the crab guards and they tossed him in there for recovery as well. Alright. Now give us a little bit of strength. That's fine. Okay, so we need to recover a little bit. Everyone got really roughed up. So we are gaining a little bit of toughness, not very fast. Like, Rual's up to 8, thankfully, but we are working on it. But that'll be kind of thing. I definitely see a value in going for some crab backpacks. Because we do get the crab backpacks, it means I can bring more loot back to get some more money to try and get ourselves situated better. That said, I'd really like to get an actual backpack. Because if we get an actual backpack, then I'd be able to turn around and put the food in there. It's cool you don't have to pay to sleep. I'm surprised by that, in all honesty. Poor Rhetorical almost lost that leg. Plate beating station. Got a bunch of armor stuff. 200 cats is so expensive. Early game it can be, but there's so many ways that you can kind of cheese your way around it. All right, you're almost. So Rhetorical's still gonna be rough for a while. But it looks like Bubs is going to be about ready to go, and Rual won't be too far off. But as we get more and more toughness, we won't spend as much time laying in bed. I guess Rual's decided they're done. You still got recovering to do. Yeah, Rhetorical's in really rough shape. Okay, so Rual is back up. Oh, I think I have to pick them back up out of the bed. I believe I'll leave you there for a moment. So Rhetorical's going to take a little bit extra nap time. Rhetorical's had a rough life. He hatched and was thrust into World of Fighting. Yep. And we're just getting involved in every fight we can because I need stats, and that's one way to do it. Ooh, 72 on who? Was that on Bubs? Vicious hit. Did you go down already, you big whatever you are? Okay, give me all your teeth. And your weapon, because I'll sell it. Alright, Bubs. It's time to go back to bed, friend. Because, that dude hit you hard. But hey, you're probably just a little bit tougher than you were yesterday. So sell all those teeth and sell all that. Rual also hop back in the bed. Yeah, because we check your toughness stat. You almost leveled. You then pick them up and just tuck them into the bed? That's adorable. Yeah. Look, man, you just... The guy did warn us. We just have to take good care of our crabs. That, you know, we need to make sure they get to bed on time. We can't overwork them. We gotta feed them. We gotta sing them to sleep. You know, typical crab stuff. Oh yeah, absolutely. You gotta rub their back. Oh, I can't wait to have some actual toughness. Just the recovery time is much faster. But that's okay. What was fighting over here? Oh, they probably took it outside and dumped it. Oh, we have Legion in here. Okay. Well, with that, let's go ahead and get you up. Put you down. How's Rhetorical doing? We're gonna go ahead and pick up Rhetorical. That leg's still pretty beat up, but I'm gonna get you back into the fray so you can keep leveling. Yeah, so the enemy is pushing directly into the door. Give me the AI thing here. There we go. A battle club worth 1,200. Let's talk about it. Alright, those are worth way more. I got a bunch more dangerous enemies over here. Yeah, like the high grade armor is nice. The issue with the high grade armor is just the fact it's a uniform, so it means we'll be attacked by anyone who doesn't like them, and we'll be attacked by them for posing as one of them when we're not. All right. The crabs are all big as well, be like, I want to fight, Dad. Put me down. Yeah, so I'm going to sell that. Can I get there in time? Well, quick save just in case, because I've had it where they'll close the door while you're inside, and it'll be like, you're trespassing. Because it's time. Oh, slammed the door on my face. Yeah, no, I saw it's playing dead. I don't think I said anything I want. I think we already disarmed that one. There's one with a weapon. That weapon's pretty worthless. Oh, you're still up here fighting. So who is... There you go. Alright, Legion Thrall. Oh, you're a lot of you. Wait, I want to move. I want to move. Stop fighting. I want to move. Let me out. I don't want to be in the middle. I'm down to participate, but I want to participate where I slowly move in from one side to the other. Oh, wait. What? Oh, those are shop guards. Okay, that's way less scary. I just saw the tan color and I was like, wait, I don't want to be completely surrounded by thralls that hit for way more than I could possibly dream of at this phase. Come on. Let's sneak in here and grab some loot. Not worth it, I think we can grab it anyways. We have another Legion Thrall up here. I'll be back for you, Legion Thrall. I just need to cash in on the brains of your friends. And we're over encumbered, so we are slowly gaining strength. Yeah, so basically I'm jumping into these fights from time to time, getting a couple hits in, getting a little damage, little defense, little toughness. Making some pretty decent money from the thralls. It's only 600 something for each of those. But all things considered, it's not terrible. Oh no, I'm lying. It's like 300 something. I'm still okay with that. That's still money. The downside is I'm not finding any bandages on these ones. Oh, can I get there in time before you wake up? It's gonna be close. Alright. We're about to upgrade our pole arm, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Thank you for that upgrade. Any more up here that we have downed? No. That's fine. I'm going to take that anyways. Okay. That's not too shabby. The downside is we were getting pretty good medical. I think it was off of the scavengers. But I gotta get more scavengers. I haven't seen them in a little bit because we've been mostly seeing the horrors and the thralls. Which makes sense because they're way tougher enemies, so they're more likely to hold up. Alright, so we can go ahead and get those out of here. And that's some good news. They're up to 8,000. Alright. You're not going to open for a while yet. Okay. Right, that thrall's in kind of too good shape for me to just run up and attack. Trying to select the scavenger to see what kind of health it's in. Alright. Are you close enough to injured that we can finish that? Probably not. I'm gonna have to get kind of lucky with my hits. Okay. Let's sneak along our way and see if we can't. Take advantage of some of this, because we got some scavengers and that up here who might have medical for me. We do have a scavenger who is chilling inside the crab body that can't quite target. As a crossbow. Okay, you're actually in pretty good shape. Oh, that crab died. Okay, so the crabs don't actually give me anything if we loot them. I was curious if we get meat. Alright, so we got 2 med kits and a crappy staff that I'm not going to use. And a sword that's got a little bit of value. The rest of that's garbage. Alright, so we've got a Reaver there who's got some decent stats. So once our crab friends catch up, we'll send them in. Actually, we're not that bad. We're at 13 something. So what do we got? Oh, we've got a pair of thralls. That thrall in the back that was 1 hit from going down again. But the crab already went down. What are you shooting at? You're shooting at a scavenger. I feel better about taking on the scavenger than I do about you. It's like I was saying, I'm actually underestimating. Oh wait, you don't hate me. Okay, never mind. Carry on. Ow. Stop shooting me in the face. Okay. Are there any more bodies I'm missing over here? Alright, so this is probably a mixed bag of a choice. We're going to attack that Skeleton Legion. Has way higher stats than I do. Like, way, way, way higher. But is already badly injured. We just land one good hit, they're down. Or we'll just get our stuff pushed in because they have martial arts of yes. 55 martial arts. Hey crabs. Hey crabs. Hey crabs. There you go, friends. Well, we're okay. But that's fine. We got into the fight, we got some stats. There was 2 more toughness we got right there, a couple more points of defense. Rhetorical also gained 2 points of toughness. So we're getting there. The important thing is they have enough first aid to do all this. We'll start patching you up so you don't die. Same here. Alright, so you'll get up soon. You will get up soon. Bubs did nothing. Yeah, it does seem like they really do struggle a lot. To actually attack stuff and target and all that. Which might end up being a huge problem that makes this whole thing not really work. But, we'll see. Yeah, those Legion Scouts are just way, way tougher than our people. And way tougher than me, considering it's a 60-60 and I'm like, you know, in the teens. But, in theory, eventually we'll get there. Alright. Rhetorical should be up soon? Yeah, there's Rhetorical. And we're in Acid Rain yet again. Okay, so let's see what kind of trouble we got nearby. Yeah, and I think those crabs will get pretty strong when they grow up as well. Got Legion Thralls. Alright, so that's just a group of Legion Thralls, and they're all in pretty good shape. That's kind of the big issue we have right now, is because we're in a very high level area and we're brand new characters and all that. Just everyone's pushing us. But we're leveling pretty quick. Now, it's certainly not the fastest we could level. There's a place where we could get, you know, specific people. Like, one of the strategies, if you don't mind pissing off Burn, is you can attack Burn. Put Burn in the skeleton bed, and you can attack Burn while they're in the skeleton bed. And just do that until you get a bunch of damage. And then you can turn around, and if you're a skeleton yourself, climb into the bed, and then Burn will beat the crap out of you for a while for the toughness. And stuff like that. People do that with Tin Fist especially, that they'll delimb Tin Fist and just toss Tin Fist in a bed. Alright. So we need to rest until we recover real quick. Mostly just selling those so the enemies don't have them, and to get a little bit of money. Alright, in the meantime, let's walk back over here. You're both getting hungry, right? So 1 fish for you, 1 fish for you. Meanwhile, we'll have you grab rhetorical. And tuck the crab into bed. We'll need to patch up and do some more. Okay. So another thing that'll be interesting is, like, we're saving up enough money that the next crab, instead of getting like another juvenile crab, at the rate we're gaining money, I could just buy an adult to go in as well, so I actually have one. Because unfortunately the only armor we were able to get is the crab armor, and I just don't have the strength to use that yet. We can also get the backpacks, but that'll actually penalize our crab's ability to fight, which we're still trying to get them off the ground. Like, I'll need it when I get actual loot happening, but we're not there yet. So this time the crabs are probably going to recover before Rual, because Rual's foot's messed up. Well, actually, I don't know. Rual does actually have a decent amount of strength or toughness for just starting. It's also interesting that they seem to have very different stats. Hi. Hi, wifey.
I'm going to Betty Pies.
That's good. Do you like our pets?
Oh.
They're crabs.
Hi, Eonic. Hi, Hilaria Star. Hi, Draconic Dork. Hi, Burning Stein. Why do you have scary crabs for pets?
Because they're my only friends.
But they're scary.
And they're mediocre in a fight right now.
Hi, She-Wolf.
They're baby crabs.
Those dead fish in your inventory could be your friends. Hi, Lornault. Hi, Lornault. You named them after your people in your streamies?
Uh-huh.
I don't want a crab named after me. Hi, Marcopsis.
We also did hit our plus point goals for the month.
Okay.
Which is the thing where we would get, like, if we do it 3 times in a row, then we get like 10-20% more revenue from Twitch. It depends on how you look on it, if it's 10 or 20%. You know, increasing by 20% or 10% of the cut.
Okay, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Jaywalker.
Yep, and that's thanks to people's generosity.
Yes, thank you, peoples. He likes money.
You also like monies.
Yeah, I do like monies. But I don't like those crabs.
But thanks, Draconic Dork. Yep, no, it was, I was stressing out about it earlier because we were, like, only a week out, and I was just a bit over half way there, and I was just like, oh, crap.
Yeah, I'm, like, the worst biologist ever, because, like, things with an exoskeleton.
Well, biologists don't have to like their subjects.
I don't like touching them. Love.
Love you too.
Stay handsome. Bye, Chatsy.
Alright. So what'll probably end up happening here is I think the crabs are hungry again. Get your fish. Okay, is the place still open? If we hurry, I can go over here, And don't tell Tomb Aquarium is full of shrimp. Tomb actually takes care of aquatic animal habitats, including fish and all that. And crabs and such. I don't like that he makes you go through the dialogue every time. Alright, so we have 9,000. So we can get just a different... So there's different color crabs. I don't know if they have any difference in stats. But I'm going to go ahead and get one of the green ones up here. There was one I could afford. So go ahead and get another crab. Alright. We'd go and play. Yep. Alright, so we will do Q, draw. And we got our next crab. Illicit and Z. And you too shall have the job of... Why did you spawn... I'll deal with that later. Why are none of you over here? Solicit NZ will be to bodyguard Rual. And then the big question is going to be crab bags. I am going to grab... Oh, okay, so you're actually 2,700. Is there any difference? No, all of them are 2,700. So I'm actually going to grab a crab bag, and I'm going to grab some extra fish. Because I do suspect this issue is going to get worse and worse and worse as time goes on. Alright, so which crab has the highest strength? The green crab has the highest strength. So with that, we can go to Rual. We can pass that to Illicit NZ. Wow, that is a big bag. Okay. I wonder if I move all of these over to Illicit NZ. I wonder if the crabs will eat out of the bag now. Yeah, no joking. Taking a decent combat penalty, I am okay with, for as ridiculous of storage as that gets. And they do have cute little bags on it. I think the idea is it's going to be actually sizable when the crab is full size, but because it's a little tiny crab, it looks weird. Alright, so with that, yeah, and it's still, that weighs like next to nothing, and they do stack. So that's good. So now I've got a few more crab. But with that, I should be able to load up more stuff we find onto crab. Alright, so we got some fighting over here again. Yeah, so the athletics on the crab is still not great. Not seeing any more fighting in the area, just the one scavenger. Oh, there we go. We got some way farther down here. I think that's where we had Legion earlier. I don't feel like we can make this work. I feel like our people are going to get wrecked here. But I'm going to try to make it work. Because we can get a couple hits on this one in the back here. Hey, let's be cool. I see you glitching out. Nicely done. No, don't crossbow me. Alright, I'm trying to... Oh. You picked up the thrall. I can work with that. Oh no, you're just carrying a thrall. Alright, patch yourself up real fast just so you don't get knocked down and get down. Alright, 30, that's fine. $28, that's fine. Alright, let's back off for a minute and patch ourselves up again. Alright. Yeah, so each time we're landing those hits, we are getting a decent amount of XP because the skill of the enemy is so much higher. And just the same, each time I'm getting hit, I'm getting way more toughness than I get normally because, again, the discrepancy. There is a multiplier in the game that, based on your relative strength versus the enemy you're fighting. You crabs catching up? Good crabs. Oh, there's 3 of them now. Okay. Crabs, you are very late to this party. Knock this one over. Oh, have you set to taunt as well? I'm doing a real bad job of dodging. I ran into that. I'm trying to stop a medical. Are you out of medical? No, you're not out of medical. Why are you... Oh, you think you're trying to prioritize who's hurt the most? That's fine. Right now, take care of yourself, then help your friends. By that I mean take that one's AI, take its weapon. I'll even take its armor for right now. Because we'll put that in the bag that Listen and Z has. Alright, so we'll just give all of that to you. Okay. You know, you can definitely get some stats here. The downside is, it is really a rough place. Oh, thanks for patching me up. I appreciate that. Alright. They're bandaging me, which I appreciate. They're bandaging the crabs, which I appreciate. They're mid-combat bandaging, which is a bold move. Don't do that right now. Yeah, there's no point in me trying to do the retreat dodge thing because I can't retreat fast enough right now with the busted leg to dodge. Please don't knock my leg off. Thank you. All right. So yeah, those Legion ones are pretty tough. To be fair, they're like 50, 60, 70 in stats. But we've already pushed ourselves almost to 20 when it comes to our attack stuff. Our toughness is up to 13 already, which is pretty good. The crabs are lagging behind. Our highest toughness is 5. But that's okay. Wait, where are you taking me? I appreciate the rescue, but that's not actually what I want. I mean, okay, thanks for the rescue. Okay, I guess we're being rescued right now. I actually wanted to loot those, but I guess I don't get a choice in the matter for 60 seconds. I'll have to wait for the others to catch up. Those are going to take a long time to wake up. The good news is, the one that I needed to be able to trade can actually get over here. Not very fast. Oh, please stop beating up the crap. Illicit doesn't deserve this. Stop it. That's just... It's running away. Be kind. Okay. Yeah, so I think what's happening is I think we're getting, you know... We're getting a contract every time I take the time to patch them up and help them. So for like some period of time after I help them, like using my own resources, they recognize me as having helped them and kind of, you know, bandage me up, help out, whatever. Alright, so I'm gonna have you just run back here real quick. Because Rual's back up, but I'm just gonna have him fully recover. Then we'll put each of them into the beds to recover. Yeah, those two are almost up as well. Patch you up. All right. And put you in bed. And I want you to get over here. Cool, so they're both on their way. So I'm wondering if I do this and I say to sell right like this, and I go here. Okay, cool, I can sell directly from their inventory. All right. They've got the other two crabs on their way. Giant fight up there. You know, I have to patch them up and do all that. The big thing is it doesn't look like they sell first aid here, and I can get it off a lot of the enemies in the area. The scavengers seem to be the big one. But I don't seem to be able to consistently get the scavengers. Alright, and then we've got Rhetorical should be coming around the corner. Get them patched up. And then get them to bed as well. And like I said, I'm hoping they'll be able to pull those fish directly from Illicit's inventory, so I don't have to sit here and like manually feed them. Eventually I'll probably be able to get Rual a proper backpack. And once Rual has a proper backpack, you just carry the fish there. And then Rual should handle that. I don't think we worry about having any kind of a base in this run. Not a real one in any regards. Just because it's not going to be a particularly needed thing. Oh, good. Illicit NZ, in case you're wondering, your crab knows how to use katanas, and is also knowledgeable on being a field medic. Obviously, it's a crab, it can't actually do that. It's just amusing that they gave it those stats. What's going on here? Who's here? A scavenger in the middle of town? There's a skeleton drifter. That's interesting. Give me your medical. Alright. You're playing in vanilla and just bought your first couple of animals. They've got like 10 of them. They got 10 in all the weapons for some reason. Yeah, it's just a thing. Why? Who knows? Alright, yeah, so the crabs are still recovering. Because it also seemed like I couldn't make the crabs get themselves out of bed. That I had to have someone else put them in bed and take them back out. But it is interesting. It seems like each color of crab might have different stats. Or it could just be that all the crabs have different stats. But that's all fine. When Rual is fully recovered, we're going to take all the other ones out of bed. And just keep repeating that process, I think. Otherwise, Rual is just going to get so far ahead of the crabs in stats that the crabs are going to struggle, because it's one thing that Rual is continuing to gain more athletics than the crabs, really. Alright, so pick you up, put you down, pick you up, put you down, pick you up. I have no idea where I am now. Put you down. Alright, so are you all eating? You're all losing hunger. The awkwardness of the crab feeding the other crabs. You don't. Yeah, so we definitely can't actually... Alright, so can't actually feed them out of that backpack. That's okay, though, for now, because it does work as good storage. Alright, so we got some fighting right up here. Can't really make out what you're fighting. A Legion Scout. Alright, we could jump into that. When Kenshi 2? Not anytime soon. They're working on it, but there's nothing that's implying that it's right around the horizon. That said, the other day, like only 2 or 3 days ago, they did a teaser, but it was a very mild teaser, just like, you know, 2 characters, like, if your characters are old in a profession that people tend to die young, you know, beware. So I'm assuming it's just they were showing one of the characters that's going to have a bounty or something on him. Alright. I'll take your weapon. Alright, listen, I need you over here so I can chuck stuff into your inventory. Cool. What do we got up here? Looks like another lone Legion. So it does seem like the... What are you doing? What? Why are you down there? It does seem like the crab raiders are recovering so far as numbers go, which I think is just in the nature of a bunch of the attackers got knocked down, and they've got to come from wherever their source is or whatever. Oh. You're carrying that person because they were deemed as trespassing, I guess. I'll run back to the crabs. Get back over here. Alright. So yeah, definitely in time we're going to get a lot better off, but we're still struggling. But I mean, we're already up to 23 defense, 17 attack. Our toughness isn't great at 13. But that's okay. There's just too many people attacking him. We can't really get through. That's fine, though. They're just softening him up. Yeah, Kenshi has a whole thing where only so many people can be, like, actively attacking at a time. Well, that's good. So that's what I'm facing there, is kind of waiting my turn to be allowed to attack. Actually, are you just... Oh, that's their uniform. Just taking everything off, not even caring about that price. Okay. Got more of them over there. And you're still doing okay on medkits. Got scavengers, which will have medkits. Alright, so what do you have in your bag that I made a whole total mess of? That's fine. We can clean it up on the other side. It is a nice thing, even if we're not putting like a good amount of money in there, to be able to load them up. I do like the idea of actually getting them properly equipped to have a bunch of stuff. I really wish you'd attack. Yay, we connected. We're gonna be that much stronger. Oh, and a second time. That was a whole point of a attack that we went up. Alright, drop that in there. And that in there. And hey, buddy. How would you feel about getting some $10 clothes? That make you feel better? You're also tossing some other junk that's worth absolutely nothing. Thank you. Alright, we got more fighting up here. That seems to be a bit more intense fighting than I've been dealing with back here. That's it. Apparently they already knocked that one down. They have nothing. Alright. Hey, Crab's actually scored a bunch of hits there. Alright. Gonna go loot that scavenger real fast. Okay, and we don't care about any of that stuff. It's not worth anything. I just wanted to loot them to grab the bandage while we could. Let's try turning them off taunt. I'm wondering if because they're taunting, they're not actually doing the attacks much. Because they almost never have to worry about taunting, so I'm not sure what consequences that has. Oh, you're wanted by the Crab Raiders? Okay. I didn't know there was someone I could turn that stuff into. Alright, so let's go grab you. And scooch that all over. Have Rual pass the armor over, pass that over. Well, in that case, Rual's gonna go ahead and pick up this guy. I'll try turning in a bounty with the Crab Raiders. Drop these off. Your inventory is pretty much full, right? Pretty much. Okay. It's unclear which ones I've looted and which ones I haven't. That's fine. And we're bandaging all our people up. Okay, so put that back. Grab the cores, are worth more. How badly hurt are you? Perfect, you went down just in time. Grab you. What are you? Okay, so you actually have some kit on you. It actually has some value too. Alright. No, I'm not here trying to kill the crab. So I am noticing none of them came with the repair kits, which is kind of an interesting thing. So the Legion can't repair each other. So once they're downed, whatever damage they've taken, they've taken. It's just, they're committed. And I'm kind of staying involved in the moment because I do have two people here who aren't getting up anytime soon. So we're just going for it. Alright, Illicit. Is there any way I can make this work? Okay, so we're going to run over here to you. Okay. It's good enough. Where did that body go? It's just over here, right? Am I looking too far? I guess it's not the end of the world if I don't find it. Like, I'd expect where those splotches were. Maybe that's the body I'm looking for? It's not the one. Alright, so let's see. We got a lot of fighting over here. We got... Oh, I think it may have gotten up already, is all. But it's a really short cooldown. Alright, so we're trying to help, but we're over 20 attack now, over 24 defense, so we're doing pretty good. Toughness hasn't gone up that much because I am kind of baiting others into fighting. Oh, don't crossbow. Don't do that. So you're gonna be down for a little while. This may be the point where we retreat. Because our inventory is full. I'm carrying $1,000 worth of bounty on my shoulder. Actually, I changed my mind. Because the group have been involved, I'm willing to get involved again. Scoring some solid hits. Hey, Bounty. You're not going away, buddy. Gonna patch myself up. We're gonna do that. Well, just wanted to remind you that Long Claw's last stream, at least on Twitch. So if you get a chance after stream, you may want to head over there to say farewell. Yeah, no, we talked, but thank you for the reminder. But yeah, it sucks the whole situation going on there. But thank you for the reminder, making sure I don't forget. You're almost knocked out? Yeah, that's where it's like, oh, I need to retreat. So pick you up. Why are you saying medic? Who are you going to medic? You thought you could outrun the law fugitive? I'll be a nice guy, so I'll give you a chance to pay. Okay, I'll pay.
Yay. Alright, have a good night.
Alright. Thank you, Berserker. You have a good one. Thank you for the 100 biddies, I appreciate that. I don't know what I did to commit a crime, but I did. So what I'm going to end up doing is running down here. And we're going to get our $1,000 back we just spent for committing a crime that I don't know what I did. By turning this person in and getting $1,000. But that's fine. We have enough junk in Alyssa and Z's inventory that when they get back up and they start running this way, we can cash that all in. But we did gain another 2 points in toughness. Probably like 4 or 5 attack. A good another like almost 5 in defense. The strength is creeping along, as is... Oh, you again? Have a good time. We've beaten the crap out of you plenty of times. Alright, so I'm guessing... we could turn in the bounty over here. That's my assumption. Where are you going? Stop worrying about attacking enemies. The eye of the body on the shoulders. Here for the reward? Yep. Hand over the bounty. Cool. I have no idea if I got it or not. It's whatever. I either did or I didn't. It's not that much money. I'm not super worried. So you'll be back up soon. You'll be back up soon. So Rhetoric will be awake very soon. The other two will be a bit longer. Okay. So that's a couple thousand there. So who's the last one who's going to be getting up? Bubs. Alright, so you run over there and you pick up Bubs. Okay, and we're going to definitely have the same problem you have at Kenshi sometimes, which is whichever character you have that starts getting stronger the fastest tends to continue to just get farther and farther ahead of the others. I'm okay with Rual having, you know, a very distinct lead on the others if, like, he's going to be the only one who can take care of everyone. All right. It'll be interesting to see how strong the crabs and all that get as they get older. Alright, so you can run up here and drop you off in bed. And Rual can run back up there and pick up illicit NZ and get them back to base so they can get rested. Added bonus, illicit NZ is standing at a small fortune. What is going on? Oh, you're following me? Oh, no, you're not. Okay, that's fair. I was like, why are you following me? Alright. So yeah, so we go ahead and get illicit NZ back home. Because they're sitting at a small fortune of goods in their bag. It's not... None of it's particularly super good money, but it's all at least decent money. So it'll add up to be a bunch. I do foresee that as we get more and more crabs, if we actually get a big group, that will become more and more of an issue because of the fact that I'll have to have more and more food on us. Now granted, those crab bags, that storage is obnoxiously large, and I'm here for it. Okay, so illicit NZ. Okay, so you can't actually quite afford everything, but I'm okay with that. So this is 1,000. I need the tiniest bit more. There. All right, so we got 10,000 bucks. Cool. I wanted you to put the crab into the bed so it sleeps. Alright, so we got 10,000 bucks that we can use on stuff. We also grabbed a ton of fish. So some of the options are, I could get 2 more bags, I get another, we acquired beakfish. Yes, we did. We could go over here, get another crab, and then maybe get a bag or 2 as well. The big thing is we're stuck waiting for the crab to age up. Are you going over to the medical injuries? That's fine. Alright. Don't you normally open at 7? I just need to open your business. There you go, friends. Alright. So. We need to set up a fishing camp soon to feed the crabs. So, I honestly think we can buy the food. They don't seem to be eating that aggressively. We could potentially get ourselves the tiniest bit more money and get an adult crab right off the get-go. There's an adult crab for 10,000. Okay, so it looks like 110 days is elderly, which then their stats go up quite a bit. That's fine. I'm going to go ahead and get this one. Alright, so we've got our next crab. You know, honestly, Long Claw's a great name for a crab. Yeah, the long claw of the law. Alright, so now we're gonna go over here. I'm gonna wait till Long Claw gets closer. That's a fitting name for crab. It is. It's perfect. Alright, so now we're gonna go and say, how about some crab bags? And I will grab one of them, apparently. Congratulations, Long Claw. You get to have yourself a bag. And meanwhile, Rual's gonna hop into this bed and start resting himself. Oh, and Long Claw is gonna be set to bodyguard you. Alright, so we got everyone here. A bunch of them need fish. That's fine. We're going to recover some health, and we'll go back out there. It is interesting, the idea of having just an army of crabs. I really do hope their stats scale up, or it'd be really disappointing if, like, all the crabs end up being kind of mediocre. That's it. They definitely have different varieties that have different kind of stats going on. So I'm curious, like, if there's like a crab that's better attacking and a crab that's better carrying stuff and a crab that's better at defense or whatever. But it's interesting, the idea of, like, taking the crabs and having them go out every once in a while and just doing a fish run, like the local fish towns and all that. The grand fish, king of all 2 known species of fish in the world. Can you remove the crabs from following you? Because the one out. See, can you remove the crabs from following you? Because if one of them is out leveling the others, you can at least leave it at 1 at base. I mean, I could, yes. The problem is actually that Rual is out leveling them by a lot, which is fine. But the crabs are really not getting in as much of the fights, mostly because their athletics is so low they can't keep up. But I think that's okay. It does make me wonder if it's worth my time, because like we've been just hanging out here. It does make me wonder if at some point I should start wandering out to look for easier targets so that the crabs can stay in the fight longer and like fight like starving bandits and all that. Because, I mean, I'm gaining a lot of stats here real fast. But the crabs are... they're doing okay. Vortorgel's getting a tiny bit of a lead on them, so far as leveling-wise. Now, granted, these two have a bunch of strength to start with. I think it's just the type of crab they are. But I imagine if we could keep our crabs from, like, going down every fight, so he could actually deal some damage. But maybe that's not a big deal. Alright, well, before we go anywhere, I don't know how many of you are hungry. Alright, that implied to me that you've eaten. Actually, wait, did you eat out of your bag? You do eat out of your bag. Because they ate a good chunk of that fish. Alright, so that just tells me to get bags for the fish. Or, yeah, to get bags for the crabs. Because over time they will eat... they will eat out of their bags if I get them bags. Now let's get Rual over here. It looks like the crab raiders are staying nice and grouped up. They're doing pretty good in their fights. Yeah, because I'm kind of just trying to roll with the crab raiders at the moment because it at least splits up the tax so I'm not absorbing way too many. The downside is it also means I don't get to get nearly as many hits in because people, like, wait their turn in Kenshi. I do wonder if it's also a thing that like the crab raiders will push onto someone that I could team, like, just kind of follow them around and assist, and if eventually, you know, we would make way into someone else's territory. Now, granted, would assume that they would get their own units, and as they push their territory, we would start losing our own, and they would get reinforcements and yada yada yada. So we're stuck way behind here. Kenshi, glitching out because they're trying to do their animations in an area where they normally can't walk. Oh, what do you got going on? Okay, looks like our crabs got into that. Took a couple of hits. Well, that's fine. Alright, Illicit NZ, I need you to get over here. Or Longclaw. Not picky. Actually, is that armor worth anything? If the armor's not worth much, we won't grab it. No, I'll say a couple $100 is not the worst. Alright. Okay, we've got an injured scavenger over there. And your stuff is all crap. I mean, it's really all crap. Yeah, none of it's even worth over $100, so moving on. So I aggro that Skeleton Legion and proceed to run away. Stop hurting my crabs so much. Where are you all coming from? Crab Raider Versona is like some odd thousand. And she's actually legitimately tough. Checking on them. Yeah, so both of them need to be patched up. They're pretty badly hurt. Okay. And you're giving me another weapon worth 1,000 something. And you'll toss your uniforms in there. Alright. She looks like a freaking Space Marine. Yeah, she just appears like, what? Who showed up? New run? Yeah, no, we ended up probably having problems with the Genesis mod. That, it was just making everything a one-shot city because it just overtuned the damage done to you so much. And we talked about maybe doing an import of the save to reduce the damage. But, then when I looked at how much they had turned up the damage, even if we cut the damage to the minimum level, we would have still kept getting one shot. So it's like, you know what? That's fine. We'll just get rid of the mod and do a new run. So instead we're using the Universal Wastelands expansion mod and Reactive Worlds. And just kind of going with that. We had a vote and we did a start where we started as a crab raider. So we have crabs. Good old pet crabs to help us out. So we've been fighting in this area and it's been a pretty good training spot. Like we're already getting to like 20s and 15s. The crabs are well behind us. And I'm trying to decide because I'm having to run farther to find fights and all that. Was this a recent update? Was this a recent update Genesis? Or was it always a feature waiting to be discovered? I think it was just the way Genesis was meant to be, because there was a post by the dev on their Discord about, you know, setting the Leviathans to have 100 times as much blunt damage, which if you do the math on that, it ends up being thousands of damage. So it doesn't matter what armor you wear or what toughness you get. If you get under a Leviathan, it's just over. And their reasoning was because realism, which people who've been around the channel know that, to me, realism is like the least interesting or least important of the gameplay balance and realism stats. I very genuinely find more games ruin themselves by realism than actually do something good. Not that realism is inherently bad, it's just people forget ultimately it's about gameplay that really matters. If you wanted realism, you wouldn't be playing a game. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it's fine for games to have some basis in realism as well. It's just, you have to stop and go, but does the realism cost, like, what is the cost of the realism? And is it worth it? Those are 5 tall, so I don't... Oh, actually, we can make that work. Good old inventory Jenga. Well, inventory Tetris, whatever. Oh, you actually got back up? I didn't think you were going to get up for a while. Okay. Alright, my bad. Get back down here. That being said, what are your all-time favorites in Tarkov? Their motto is, real as playable. Yeah, well, that's, exactly. We had that talk when people were talking about realism in games and all that, and one of the games that would come up would be Tarkov, and it'd be like, it's the most realistic thing ever. And it does well, so therefore you're wrong because it's real. Now with that said, when you look at Tarkov, if it was actually realistic, and this is a thing I've said many times before, you'd get winged by a shotgun, and even if you survived, your character would immediately black out with pain, because, you know, you just got winged by a shotgun. And the way that should play out if we're talking, you want to really make it real, is your character would black out, and then after a minute or two, might come to, and it would scream the entire time. They'd go a couple steps, and then they'd black out again. and then you'd come to, and you'd repeat the process for several in real life hours to make it to the edge of the map, at which point then you'd be extracted by the vehicle, and then your character would be like, okay, this character's unavailable to play for the next, 3 months, as your character recovers from, being winged by a shotgun. And this isn't me complaining about Tarkov. I actually really enjoy Tarkov. But they'll be like, it's so realistic. It's like, but it's not. It just isn't. Because no one would want to play it if it was truly realistic. It'd be a terrible game. This game is unrealistic. I'm sleeping, but in real life I have severe sleeping issues. Yeah, and this isn't, like, I actually think Tarkov does a pretty good job of doing it. But it's one of those things that people look by all the unrealistic stuff, which is fine. At least the character survived that mild encounter. Or, like, if you also want Tarkov to be realistic, you would die in a run, and you'd be unable to play the game ever again. Alright. So let's sell the stuff we grabbed here. But my bigger point is there's a balance to be had between realism and all that. And I do find a lot of games fall into the trap of pushing well past. The game over screen is the uninstall wizard. Yep. Have to buy a new game every time you die, moneymaker. Well, that was actually, there was a game, it ended up being not real, like it was vaporware. For those who don't know what vaporware is, it's the idea of you're selling people on an idea that doesn't actually exist. And to be fair, a lot of times with vaporware, it's people garnering, is there interest in this? And if so, then they might make it. But this is going back to like the mid-90s, that there was supposed to be this MMO game that was going to come out that your character would literally be born into the world as a child of other players. And then if the absence of players would be NPCs or whatever. And you'd have to level up and skill up and do all that sort of stuff. And like, more like the Ultima Online EverQuest style MMORPG. But it's supposed to be this thing where you like have to build your own walls. Like they're going for like, realism in game. But if you died, your character died and you would be, born again in the world. And it's this whole ridiculous thing. And it had a bunch of screenshots they came out of, but they were very clearly like just like mocked up screenshots. They weren't, there wasn't like any actual like engine footage or whatever. But it was kind of this whole ridiculous nonsense. Hi, Crab, where are you going? Oh, right, you're trying to go outside. That's fair. Yeah, so it wasn't so much a Ponzi scheme or whatever. Yeah, mentioning Ultima Online, and dang, do you feel just knowing that game? Oh yeah, no, it was so this is going back like 4 weeks now. I actually hopped on Discord one evening, and we were just shooting the breeze kind of thing. But what was the game that I'm trying to remember what the game was that that Bloody Drongo likes to play. That's like an old MMO style game, like Ultima Online style game. But I ended up playing a little bit of that just to check it out, and it made me miss Ultima Online. And no, it wasn't RuneScape. No. It was one I hadn't heard of other than through Drongo. But I ended up playing that just a little bit. Worm, yes, Worm Online. That's the one. So I ended up playing a little bit of that, and it was kind of fun. It was super jank. But it just made me think of Ultima Online because so many of the systems just operate in the same manner so far as like you attack something and your character stands there and it like does its animation. It's like you hit, you missed, you missed, you hit, you took critical damage. Scooch away, start bandaging yourself, like that kind of thing. It just really reminded me of Ultima Online. It's like, alright, I kind of want to play Ultima Online. And it took a way too much effort because apparently at some point Electronic Arts bought there was a company who acquired Ultima Online who then got acquired by Electronic Arts, and the ability to log into the game was an absolute nightmare. Oh, that's not actually what I wanted. Too much effort, forget it. Alright, so 2 more bags. So that way all my crabs have bags. But I ended up playing it just like a little while, because, you know, there's a lot of people who don't know what the game is because it's just been so long. Yeah, and I'm familiar with EA owns Origin. Like, Origin is just an EA product. I don't think they, like, acquired Origin. But there's a company who makes, or there was a company who had Ultima Online, and then there was a company who acquired the company who made Ultima Online, and then EA acquired the company who had acquired the company who makes Ultima Online. And it's just, they didn't just go, okay, we're moving all your login to Ultima Online, or, like, to EA. They're just like, whatever. Instead, what we're going to do is just everyone kind of just deal with this weird haphazard go through the funnel of everything. Ultima Online was Origin? Because like Ultima Online is a totally separate project, and then Origin was the name of the platform that EA made for itself. I don't believe Origin, the product EA used to try and sell games, was related to the other one. It could be they just reused the brand. Origin was originally the studio producer. Okay. I mean, they definitely didn't have the launcher back then. But either way, it doesn't matter. Basically, because the acquisition is kind of a pain in the butt to get everything set up. Which it was funny, because it's like, if you have your original CD key, you can go ahead and use that to access your kind of like, you know what I don't have laying around? My original CD key for Ultima Online. At some point, I definitely got rid of that CD. Because you didn't even need the CD to play the game. Yeah, Origin, former company, and Origin, the game launcher, 2 separate things, whatever you decide. Yeah, exactly. A launcher that was a chest opening with silk red background. Alright, so drop this in here. Either way, that's besides the point. But it's a pain in the butt to get in there. But, so we were just talking about it, and I ended up, while we were having our conversation, getting it all set up and able to pop in. So I was showing people Ultima Online, which still, you can still go and play it. It's still a subscription thing that you can get into. It was pretty interesting to see that's still around. Origin from Electronic Arts doesn't exist anymore either. I think it's gone in the sense that they're not putting anything. I don't know if it still exists in this point where you could like download stuff or whatever. But yeah, like Origin, from what it was supposed to be, planned to be, whatever you want to go with, that got sunset. They tried for years to get that thing to stick. Doesn't mean you lose your whole Origin thing. I think they did move it to like your own separate download thing. The point was you cannot buy new games on Origin or anything like that. It's just not a thing anymore. Or I think they may have moved some of those games over to, if you had it on Origin, you got it on Steam, whatever. I don't remember exactly how it worked. I remember they did something to, you know, handle it. I just don't remember specifically what. Yeah, you two just go ahead and get back into the fight. There you go. Here comes the crabs. Let's see, there is a way to play for free, but it's very limited. No housing, limited bank slots. The Ultima Online Outlands is popular private server that made an all-new map and such. Yeah. Like, that was the thing. I managed to pop in. I didn't pay for it or whatever. I still had it, and I could, like, free trial it or whatever. Because trying to get into my old account was kind of a lost cause. I hadn't logged in more than 10 years. I didn't have a lot of the things I need to get into it. Alright, so this might surprise you, but the crabs are getting the crap beat out of them by the what is it, 70 by 70? 60 by 60 skeleton. But that's okay. That's how we're training. And we're all slowly gaining stats by getting beaten the crap up. Sure, I remember my account from 20 years ago. So that was the thing. I actually believe I had the passwords correct. Because of the prompts it got. I just couldn't get to the email that it had been associated with back then. Because a long time ago, I decided I didn't want to have the same email that I had had previously. Which is one of those things that, in the future, I've learned, I just stop accessing that email. I don't actually go through and shut it down or whatever. That ended up being a mistake in a lot of ways. Alright. So Rual's actually getting some pretty good stats out of this fight. We've gained multiple points in not dexterity, we haven't. Defense. Don't be down. Okay. Okay, they are patching me up because it's helping them fight. Usually checked out your old Ultima Online, but you had most of your stuff in your house, and surprise, surprise, it was long gone. Oh yeah, I really wish you'd finished patching me up. Okay, no, actually, we should be okay. We should be able to get back up. The guy's trying to stop to bandage me, but this person keeps getting too... Some of the dialogue, oh god, why won't the bleeding stop? Like, it's just like, oh please, no. Round 2, crabs. Oh, that didn't go great for you. Man, remember the days of finding houses and camping for them to despawn? Uh-huh. I used to know a guy who would let his house... Because you'd have, like, the dialogue, it's like, this house is well worn, or whatever. I don't remember the exact verbiage. But, like, you know, when it's kind of letting you know that the house is getting pretty close to time to drop. And he would deliberately, on one of his accounts, let the house get, like, way down so people would start camping it out to grab it. And then he just hop on his PvP characters to kill people who showed up for it. And then, you know, whenever he was satisfied that he had his fun, would turn around and just go through and, you know, his other character just double tap the door to bring it back up. That was... I'd done a lot of PvP on one of my characters, and that was just what you had to do towards the end to actually get PvP is... You had to be like, oh, I got a house spot in Feluca. Good spot. They could tell you my driver's license, vehicle plate numbers, anything like that, but you could tell you the ICQ. Well, that's because you actually had a reason to tell people your ICQ. All right. Uh-oh? Why is everyone saying uh-oh? Oh. Yeah, and that's, I used ICQ, but that was never one I used much of. I ended up using the other ones a lot more. Like, I had one, but I couldn't tell you the number because none of my friends were on ICQ. So it just didn't happen much. Most of my friends were on AIM. You know, I just have that one or two friends who would be on Yahoo or MSN or whatever the other, like... You know, I said the one friend who just had a different platform that they didn't want to use AIM for whatever reason. And it was always a frustration because you have like 99% of your people and there'd be that one friend who just wouldn't use it. It's like, look, you can choose to use whatever platform, but it is incredibly inconvenient that to talk to this one person, I gotta use something else. Oh, we're sleeping for a little while. I would say, in all that time, they landed 2 hits between them. Yeah, we're recovery coma because we took a pretty solid hit. Use ICQ. Let's see. We were blessed ones. One chat program that would be able to use all of those at once. Oh yeah, when it was back then it was Trillion, and then later it became Pigeon. I can't tell you the number of times I wish we had an equivalent of that for stuff like, you know, where stuff would be on Steam. Oh good, we're being rescued. It's kind of sad that they actually don't help the crabs, that they're just like, okay, we rescued the person, crabs get to stay. You are being rescued, you narcissist. I know a lot of people did not... Well, actually, no, I take that back. People really liked Rogue One. But for some reason in my mind, I wanted to put Solo there. I was like, wait, that's the other movie. There's a lot of people who really like that line. Oh, that is what you call a bad time. That many Legion? So we're gonna go with getting the crabs back home. They should be gaining a lot of stealth really fast. That's interesting. I'm watching it go over multiple times, but the stealth stat isn't going up at the same speed. I'm guessing it might be something that because they're not adults, that there's kind of a thing where they're just not getting full credit kind of thing. Oh, you put me in the bed over there. So confused and disoriented. Like, why am I back in this corner? Okay, that's fine. Can you make the crabs attack without Rual fighting as well? Yes. However, the age of the bomblet, you'll see a surprising stat. Stat multiplier. Ah, I see. Makes sense. I knew it was like suppressing in some manner. I just didn't know, like, it was just straight up a strength thing where I do kind of wish you could sit here and for like picking up the animals and putting them in bed, you could just be like, hey, do this automatically, kind of like rescue. It's fine though. All right. I mean, eventually they'll have enough toughness to heal fast enough that it won't be that big a deal. That does mean when these ones go up that these are probably 15, like that one was like, would be at 24, that kind of thing. So we just have Rual pick you up. Oh, I can force them out of the bed? I can get behind that. I was curious about that. Oh, maybe it just happened to be the right time. Alright, so let's go to you. I didn't mean to sell the fish. It's fine. How much do you need? 500. Alright, buddy. It's wakey time, alright? I need you to get back out there. Alright. Oh, you're set to ranged. Okay. Alright, so honestly that means we're actually getting way more stats than I realized. Because I had Rual at like 16, I'm like, okay, you know, Rual's getting way ahead. But if that's 3 times difference, that means this is 24. That means that's 15. That means that's 18. And that means that's 12. So actually, Rual's kind of in line, and then we look at some of these attack numbers. The attack numbers are all lagging behind, but that does mean the defense numbers are going really well. So we should actually be pretty good as those crabs age up. The big thing is, they're juvenile crabs right now, so they just have that massive stat penalty. Now, with that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is this, which is I'm going to pause, I'm going to hit save, and we're going to go, cribs. And that'll be our new save file. So, with all that said, what's going to be happening here is we are at the time that it's time for me to wrap up stream, but don't go anywhere because we're going to go find someone to raid. So, I'm going to go quickly over here to where we are on TikTok and YouTube and end those streams. So, you know, YouTube and TikTok, don't forget to follow and subscribe and all those kind of things. And then for everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. Because what we're going to end up doing now is I'm going to go